I believe children are a little more connected to the other side when they arrive here, until the third-dimensional world we live in beats the magical thinking out of us. Why do I believe this? Well, before I had my first confirmed psychic experience at the age of 3.5, I had already had a very strange paranormal experience a few months prior to that. One that I cannot explain to this day. This was my very first introduction into the realm of the unexplained that I can recall. In the early 1960s, my mother was a bit of an anomaly. She worked in a large corporation while most other mothers stayed at home. My father worked as well. My oldest sister was in school. This forced my parents to search for childcare. My mother found a woman about 6 blocks from our house and began dropping me off there every morning. Now, I was a very loved child up until then, and I'd always felt secure and safe. But this, my first foray into the world outside my family, was a bit of a shocker. The babysitter had 2 little girls that were 2 to 4 years older than me, and they obviously really disliked my being there. They didn't get a lot of attention from their disengaged mother, and resented what little attention she had been paid to give me. Within the first few weeks of being there, they would hide every one of my toys that I brought to play with and torture me endlessly. It was a hide-and-seek game with my toy of the day that I had brought. I could never win because they always hid it in one closet that we're not allowed to go into. That was in their mother's bedroom. I was a compliant child who obeyed the rules, never looked for the mother's bedroom. I didn't understand the concept of deviousness, lies, and manipulation at the time, and then I would get distracted and finally forget about them. But I eventually caught on, stopped giving them my toys to hide. With that game over, they resorted to simply calling me to come find them down the hallway, pulling me away from quietly watching cartoons in the living room. As I toddled down the hall, one of them jumped out of hiding and bit me as hard as she could on the arm, for no reason other than pure hatred. I was stunned at this behavior and this unprovoked attack. When I cried in pain and complained to the woman who was tending to tasks in the kitchen, I was telling her that her children were behaving like animals, hurting me. Her detached response was simply, "Well, bite them back." I was stunned that the rules that applied in my house didn't apparently apply in others, and that random violence was condoned and even encouraged here. I tried to point out that her girls were much bigger and stronger than I was, and she just shrugged. If I had bitten someone, my mother would have beaten my butt. Why did this woman not react the same way? For the first time in my life, I felt vulnerable, afraid, and uncertain. I was getting my first taste of injustice in this dimension. Our usual daily routine was to hang out in the house in the morning watching cartoons, where I was left to fend off their pinching attacks and emotional treachery. Then we'd have lunch around noon, and then the mother would shoo us out into the backyard for a while, presumably to get some peace and quiet. We'd stay outside for about an hour, but shortly thereafter, in the Texas summer, it would get very hot. There was no swing set or real toys to play with, so after a while, one child would report she needed to go to the bathroom and leave the group. A few minutes later, the second would state that she was going to get a drink or something and would leave me, well, waiting, alone, in the yard. Of course, neither of them came back, and I was baking out there in the hot summer sun by myself. I would go to the back screen door that led into the kitchen and the living room area to see where everyone was. There was the mother, 6 feet away from me, reading a newspaper in the kitchen. And the girls were in the cool shade of the house, watching afternoon cartoons. Those were the days before air conditioning. Well, I certainly didn't want to be outside in the heat with nothing to do, and I really would like to be in a cool house watching cartoons too, so I tried to open the door. First came the surprise, and then the shocking realization that there was a conspiracy against me when I found the door to be locked. I asked the mother, too, "Unlock the door, please, and let me in." But she just said, "Nope, you stay outside." My pleas that it was hot, or that I was tired or thirsty, or I'm 3 years old, shouldn't I be taking a nap? All of it fell on deaf ears as the mother just shut me down with every request. The girls rolled over and looked at me from their spot on the floor in front of the TV and snickered in glee at my plight. Apparently, this is how the mother decided to show her girls that she loved them. Group torture of a little outsider girl. I don't know. A couple of hours later, the father would show up from work. I would sneak into the house right behind him as the mother unlocked the door for him. He never questioned why the door was locked in the first place or why I'd been outside. After the third or fourth day of this, I tried waiting for the dad to come up the walkway. So I proceeded to go out to the front yard and sit by the curb in the shade of a tree and wait for him there. My plan was to tell him about the unfair treatment I was getting when he would presumably ask what I was doing upon his arrival. I had a plan for justice. But the mother suddenly realized I wasn't on the back porch anymore and was looking for me. When she found me by the curb, she freaked out and beat me with a paddle so hard she left a large, noticeable bruise on my body. A couple. I was to never go out into the front yard again, she screamed. I did, however, get to stay in that particular afternoon, watch cartoons in the shade for a little bit, till my parents came to pick me up. Apparently, she realized her mistake, because when the father came home before my parents arrived, she showed him the bruises that she'd left on my body with some concern. She wondered out loud to him what my mother might think about this. I'm not sure, but his reply seemed to be along the lines of, "You did it, you're going to have to deal with it." That night, when giving me a bath, my mother notices them too and questioned me about them. I explained, as best as a 3-year-old can, why I'd gotten a spanking. My mother seemed to get it and seemed upset with her. I had a feeling that my mother was going to right this wrong. She was a strong woman. I had no doubt she would protect me. The next morning, though, I was dropped off as usual, and my mother didn't say anything. She actually had what appeared to be a friendly conversation with that woman. In retrospect, I'm sure that she was just being smart and simply didn't want to rile the woman into abusing me even more on my last day, as she needed to find alternate childcare. So she kept her mouth shut and pretended everything was fine and left me there to go to work. Things were harder for working women back then. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I felt a little more than betrayed and dismayed after watching my mother converse in a friendly manner to this woman, and I thought that there was nothing to be done about my situation. Was this woman somehow stronger than my mother? I resigned myself to, that's the way it is, I guess. This is my lot and I'll have to make the best of it. But I'd hoped that the woman would be a little kinder after realizing that her abuse had left me with bruises. Well, it didn't, and she wasn't. The same routine happened that afternoon, except this time, when the girls made their excuses to go into the house, I attached myself to them, tried to go in at that very same time, thinking there might be a time window thing, and maybe it wasn't all about just being mean to me. They forcibly shoved me away from them and prevented me from entering the house while simultaneously laughing and locking the door behind them. They jeered at and ridiculed me from the cool shade of the house while they proceeded to watch the beloved cartoons. Nope, it was obvious now that it was just about being mean to me, and I was mad. I asked the mother, who was chatting in the kitchen with a neighbor friend, to let me in too, and to unlock the door. The mother, even in front of the neighbor lady, said, "No, you just stay outside," like I was a dog or something. The neighbor lady looked a bit confused, but did nothing to rescue me. So they're all in on it, I thought to myself. My anger at the injustice and abuse began to boil. anger that I had never felt before. I wasn't giving up this time. I was in the right. "Let me in," I demanded with righteous indignation. "Sharon, go away and be quiet," was the mother's only response, and the neighbor lady now pretended that she was out of this conversation. I did not go away. I stood there, and I screamed even louder and with more determination. "No, I won't. Let me in." And I planned on continuing to scream until I wore her down. Each up modulation of my voice matched the up modulation of my anger and intent. But she had a plan too. "If you don't be quiet, go away right this minute, I'm gonna paddle you again." Oh my God, the dreaded paddle. Again? Punished for not liking being punished for no reason. The unfairness, the injustice. I'm a nice little girl. Why would anyone be so mean? Well, I'm not going to be nice any longer, that's for sure. It was the first time in my life I consciously decided against being kind and loving. I screamed with all my might. "No, you won't. You will let me in right now." And I meant it to my very core of my soul. I had never felt true anger before, and this was a very powerful emotion that I was experiencing for the first time in my life. I could feel the power of it growing inside of me. The idea that it was my fate to suffer abuse at the hands of this woman for no reason was more than my pure little soul could handle. All of my bioenergy, all of my new emotions, anger and hatred, seemed to converge into one uncontrollable shadow being that was now growing and welling up deep within me. I've never been so wholly and absolutely angry in my entire life. It was turning into pure rage and fury. It was the first and last time I've ever allowed myself to become that angry. Every cell in my body was mad as hell as this powerful new emotion or whatever surged through me, pulsing larger and larger. Even as I was feeling it grow and expand inside of me like an energy volcano, in that moment, I was also acutely aware that I was feeling something very different than I'd ever felt before. Part of me subconsciously knew that this thing, this emotional, powerful energy volcano, it had the ability to become very large and possibly uncontrollable. It might overtake me. It might even kill me, crossed my little mind. I actually thought I might cease to exist at that moment. Weird for a 3-year-old. Most people would have backed off at that point and ratcheted it down. But I, being the curious and science-minded sort, continued to allow it to grow, just so I could see what would happen. Consequences be damned. At that moment, I didn't care if I lived or died. I just had to see what would happen, and this wrong needed to be righted, in spite of what might happen to me. So, as a 3-year-old, I made a conscious decision to permit it to continue. It was kind of scary, but fascinating at the same time, learning the power of this whole new raw emotion. Anger, turning to rage, turning to fury, turning to what? And just as I began to scream once again while simultaneously deciding to cross that threshold of emotional no return, something snapped inside of me. I felt a shift in some kind of release. The pressure of the volcano thing from inside my body and psyche seemed to go away, and I sort of depressurized. I was glad the pressure was gone and kind of surprised that it didn't kill me. And then, at the very same moment that everything snapped inside of me, something snapped inside that kitchen too, and my focus and attention to my inner self got diverted to the outer world. With an audible pop, a small ball of blue fire, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared right in the middle of the kitchen. hovering in the air in the very center of the room. Almost before you could say, "What the heck is that?" the ball quickly expanded, and the blue fire filled the airspace inside the kitchen. It flickered and loudly cracked with fury, drowning out the sound of the cartoons in the living room. It sounded sort of electrical, but mostly like that of a roaring fire, though I felt no heat. I'm not sure what the ladies inside felt, though, but it definitely looked and acted like fire and flames, only blue and kitchen-sized. It was as if the air in that room had decided to become blue fire. That's the only way I can describe it. The two ladies were screaming and batting their heads and each other, afraid that their hair was catching on fire, but it wasn't for some reason. Their screaming and the cackling of the blue flame continued for almost 20 seconds, which is a long time when you sit down and count it out. I stood there, still in absolute rage at first. Even at the first appearance of the blue flame ball, I was still angry as it was expanding. But even at my age, I knew this wasn't normal, and the surprise and wonder of it all caught me off guard. Curiosity and wonder replaced my anger as I watched the ladies screaming, and I saw the frightened little girls in the living room behind them. Seeing their frightened faces somehow made me feel a little bit better about my situation. And that's about when the blue flame lessened and dissolved back into a soccer ball size before fading out altogether. We were all pretty stunned, and honestly, at that point, I was glad I was outside. Well, of course, the ladies called the fire department right away as I stood outside and watched all the commotion through the screen door. They inspected all of the electrical circuits of the house, all of the outlets in the kitchen, and found that nothing would have caused such a thing. The woman kept trying to convince them of what they saw. The fire chief pointed out that there was hardly any evidence of a room engulfing blue fire having occurred there. But one thing was burned, and so they couldn't fully deny that it had happened. If you could venture one guess as to what that one thing was, yeah, it was that dreaded paddle, sitting on the far counter, away from any electrical outlets. I watched with an odd sort of satisfaction as the woman held it up to the fireman to prove she wasn't crazy. It was only at that point that I began to wonder if that fire had anything to do with me and that anger thing I'd felt. If not, it surely was some divine synchronicity that this bizarre phenomena happened right as I was feeling all of that rage and only burned that paddle. That evening, when my parents came to get me, my mother came inside and spent a few minutes to share some very strong words with that evil woman. I didn't understand all of them. I just got the emotional gist of them. And I knew that I would never be coming back to this house ever again. My mother told me to get your stuff, we're leaving. Empowered now, knowing this was my last chance, I listened to my instincts and went directly back to that closet, the one in the mother's bedroom. I opened it, and sure enough, I saw all of my toys were in there, a huge pile on a shelf. She had to have known they were in there. She knew they were mine. What an evil person. I filled my arms with as many of my favorites as I could carry, while my parents angrily honked the horn for me to hurry up. I rescued most of them, and we left, never to return. Nothing like that has ever happened again, although I wonder what might have been had I explored that talent a little more, back when I was pure and strong and open. Was it all me? Was it my guardian angels backing me up? I don't know. I'm not sure that I ever will. It was both scary and satisfying. I don't think I'd have the courage to explore it nowadays, but it's sure come in handy sometimes, I think. I still smile about it to this day and now know with certainty that we are all much stronger and more powerful than the powers that be would have us realize. Our consciousness has been purposely suppressed since our inception. Hopefully, we'll all wake up soon and take back our humanity. Let's roll back to 2013. It's winter in Florida, and to surprise my college roommate before we decide to go our separate ways, I get us tickets to see a concert in Miami, one that we've been anxious to see for a while. The drive was pretty awful, hundreds of miles from our home base in Orlando, but we were both so very excited to see the show. We'd made countless trips from Orlando to Palm Beach, so we weren't worried about anything. Just a fun few days away from home. The concert was great, if anyone was wondering. Highly recommend Distant Worlds if you're on the fence. Regardless, we decided to stay with my aunt and uncle in Pembroke Pines for a night before making the drive home in the morning. So we drag our exhausted selves into the house and go lay down. I felt fine for the most part. Then, I started coughing. Apparently, I annoyed my aunt, since she dropped a cough drop onto the corner of the bed that I was using. That night, I had to prop myself up in order to get any sleep. Not a huge deal, just a bit of a cough. I figured maybe I caught a cold from the concert goers, but man, that was fast. Moving on, we make the drive home. My chest didn't bother me for the drive back, but the second that I went to lay down, and damn, the cough was back. Figures. I had the weekend off from work, so I wasn't terribly worried. I was more annoyed than anything else. So the plan was to wait until Monday and reassess. Monday rolls around, though, and it's much worse. I couldn't get any sleep. Every time I leaned back, I started dry hacking again. I called out of work since at the time I was a call center jockey and was thoroughly hoarse. I decided that it was time to see a doctor. The evaluation comes and goes. It's determined that I just have a cold. Blessed be. Time for some classic antibiotics and to get an old shot of steroids to get me back on my feet. Only, it doesn't go away. It doesn't get better. In fact, it gets much worse. Over the course of that week, it went from lying down coughing to even sitting down. I wasn't running any fever. I was just miserable. I was getting no sleep and so frustrated over all of it. On top of it, it felt like I was dry. I just needed to lay in a bathtub at all times. I can't explain that part, though. But another half a week passes. I'm sitting up on the couch and dropping in and out of consciousness. I think to myself, I can't breathe. I can't talk without coughing. I can't stand without fainting. I'm weak. I need help. I'd fallen the day before and hit my head against the table. I'd only been able to stand for 20 seconds before nearly blacking out. My roommate convinces me to go to the hospital. At the ER, I check myself in and nearly black out when typing in my social security number. I'm wheezing and coughing. At the triage, they're telling me to slow my breathing. I hadn't even noticed that my cough had changed to short, light gasps for air for about a week. I try, but I start coughing. It hurts so bad to cough at this point, and I begin to feel lightheaded. They move me to a gurney, and I see 5 doctors swarming me as my vision swims. Of course, I'm laying down, so I can't stop coughing. I start begging them to let me sit up, but they keep pushing me down. It's miserable. They have to do their checks, though, so I do my best to not death rattle too much at them. I feel strangely light and heavy at the same time. Everything looked very blurry, and this is just the beginning of my stay. Long story short, my lungs were both 96% full of fluid. I was put into quarantine. I stayed in the hospital for about a month. I was on life support for a while. They put me in the ICU. My heart had so much fluid around it that the doctor was surprised it still worked. I had a severe arrhythmia. To this day, I have liver issues. I suspect the infection hit it somehow and caused some problems. I believe I was diagnosed with double ammonia until they figured out what the hell was in my body. The chaplain came by, asked me to tell him my last thoughts and wishes. I had no idea what a chaplain was, so we ended up just talking about video games for 3 hours. He was very nice to me, and I enjoyed his long daily visits. I hadn't realized how close to death I actually was, though, so it took some of the burden off the situation for me. I spent Christmas and my birthday on death's door, but the hospital ladies gave me some towels, rubber bands, and rubber gloves, all to make a Christmas tree for my table. One fun fact, I did get the nurse to do a wheelie in my wheelchair once. Anyway, it was confirmed to be anthrax spores in my lungs from a bronchoscopy. And that's the condensed story of how I almost died of anthrax, because I'm extremely stubborn. And honestly, it didn't feel that bad since it was so gradual. So, I'll end this by asking, did you know that anthrax is able to be contracted naturally? Because I sure didn't. So yeah, that's the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. The kids of the 90s were a special bunch. We were right at the cusp of when everything became banned and rules in schools changed. I'm not in any way saying that this is a bad thing. I remember my kindergarten teacher smoking on field trips. I also had the opportunity to grow up in a very small town. The kind of town that just felt smaller after leaving. A true stereotypical town where every teacher gives the athletes a bunch of extra credit work, the same extra credit work, so that they can keep turning it in over and over to legitimize their passing grade in the class. I was kind of a bully, sad to say, and I know I hurt a lot of feelings. I did say stereotypical, right? Well, since high school, I've grown from my bully ways, and I understand why I was the way I was. I'm a spiritually better person since moving away from my small town, but some of the shit that we used to get away with was wild. Though this story isn't exactly something we got away with, at least not me. This incident actually got a lot of people in trouble. Should have been way more trouble than what actually occurred, but I digress. Here we go. Some crazy shit I saw in high school back in the 90s. Our school had 2 floors. Floor 1 had a gym, commons, library. It also held the 9th and 10th grade classrooms. Upstairs held the 11th and 12th grade classrooms. These floors are connected by a handicap elevator that one exceptionally unhealthy teacher used, along with a tall set of wide concrete steps. It's technically 2 flights of steps to get to the 2nd floor. It's a tall climb that I would make multiple times every day. The 2nd floor is basically a long hallway, with classrooms and lockers on either side. At the end of the hallway is a glass exit door, and the other end is a large open space that overlooks the 1st floor commons area. Homecoming night. I'm part of the homecoming royalty. The night of our home game, we're supposed to walk out on the field during halftime, where they reveal the king and the queen. They're crowned, then we have to run off the muddy field in our nice suits and dresses, while the visiting team begins to run out onto the field and begin to warm up for the second part of the game. I wasn't voted queen, but my best friend Nikki was, and that means our group's party still got the royal treatment on dance night. 6 coupons for Red Lobster, and a limo to take us from there to the dance. Trust me, for the time, this was epic. Our inflated sense of selves arrived at the dance, thinking we were movie stars or something, hopping out of the only stretch limousine the town had ever seen. The dance was at our school gym, so looking back, it makes me laugh how epic we thought all of this was. Well, that's the innocent stuff. Most of the night we were able to hang out behind the scenes in the commons area. It wouldn't be until later that we'd be walked on stage and do some grand gesture. Another thing we inflated into oblivion. Egos were at full capacity that night. But before all of that, before the grand royal entrance, all of us were hanging out unsupervised in our designated back area. Some of the boys were throwing a football up and down the 2nd floor balcony. Every so often we'd peek out at the crowd and laugh at all of the other kids having a good time, because mean. In reality, they were actually doing what they wanted to, whereas I got to see 2 meatheads throw a football at each other. When I heard Spice Girls come on, Nikki and I joked, pretending to know and lip-sync all of the lyrics and dance moves from the music video. Then in runs a freshman that's also on the football team, but not on homecoming court. He was sent to tell us all that we need to be ready on floor 1 in 10 minutes. He announces to the group, and the homecoming king, a slightly not sober one, I might add, looks over the banister and tells the kid to come upstairs. The kid does so, running up the tall flights of stairs to reach His Majesty. When he gets to the top, he walks over to where Nate's standing. Then Nate points a finger in the kid's direction, and he says, "Freshman, do a dance for our enjoyment." He starts moving around along with the beat of the music through the wall. After a minute, Nate tells him to stop and face the people below. The freshman turns and looks down to us lounging in the first floor commons. We all jokingly boo the kid. Then Nate comes up behind the kid and grabs him off of his feet, holding him like a baby, and then lifting him over the railing of the balcony. Below, we all think it's the funniest thing ever. None of our combined teen brains could predict whatever could possibly happen. Then, my stomach dropped when the kid's awkward laughing changed to screams for Nate to stop and begging him to be set back down. As Nate holds the struggling freshman over the railing, he calls out to the crowd, asks if the kid's dance moves appeased us. There's a mixture of laughter and thumbs down being thrown in their direction. He tells the freshman, "Well, you heard him." Then he acts like he's going to toss the kid off. This joking jiggle makes the kid squirm so fierce he actually managed to push himself from Nate's arms while he was still suspended in the air. Nate drops the freshman, and all of us watch in shock as he drops. His legs hit the trophy case, and he spun like a helicopter landing on the ground with a loud smack bounce. The freshman's arm stiffened out in front of him, then he went limp on the ground. By now, I was in a full-blown panic. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't believe we'd just seen that. My first thought was to grab an adult, but as I see Nikki already en route, I decided to see if the kid was okay. Nate stays upstairs, looking down at what he'd just done. He keeps saying, "I didn't mean to drop him. It was an accident," over and over again. The kid was conscious, but I told him not to move. I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but it's the only thing I'd ever seen any medical professional tell someone to do after a fall. Minutes after the kid's fall, teachers and chaperones are swarming the area, telling all of the kids to leave. There's an ambulance parked outside the gymnasium, and medics are running through the dance, bringing the rest of the evening's festivities to a halt. Literally, the least cool thing anyone could do, and we did it. We have to tell the medics and the principal what happened, and that night, police arrest Nate. He's out by the next day, and that Saturday morning, police were now at my door, taking me in for questioning. If the kid died, they had a murder case on their hands, and they were looking to wrap it up quickly. Homecoming King Nate told the police that I coerced him into putting the freshman in that predicament, giving the thumbs down and telling Nate, and I quote, "Drop him backwards." This obviously wasn't true. The other kids they interviewed also had stories in line with mine. But Nate was our big football star. He had a game the next week and scholarships to any college he wanted. The staff couldn't very well let him go out like this. When a few of the faculty that were chaperoning the dance were interviewed, it was mentioned that I was a troublemaker and a bully. Nate had been manipulated into fulfilling my orders to drop the child for my sadistic enjoyment. It was absolutely fucked what they pulled on me. Nate was able to walk away from this with his reputation squeaky clean. The kid survived, and it was all ruled an accident in the final report. But I was thrown to the wolves so that freshman's parents wouldn't go after the school any further. They wanted blood for their child, and I was chosen for the chopping block. I wasn't allowed to attend my graduation, and with bullying and hazing on my records, the few colleges I had wanted to attend all turned down my letters of interest I'd written in hopes they'd overlook those red-inked words. One college, last on my list, and probably last on a bunch of lists. They let me in, but the sororities saw me as a risky pledge, and I had to live in a dorm the year and a half I attended. Here I am in my 40s, and still a bit bitter about Nate, but I do have a bit of knowledge that allowed me to accept the balance of the world and move on. Plus, I got myself a whole new group of friends, a whole new outlook on life after this whole thing happened. I was determined to be nothing like I was, and to make sure the company I keep reflects my own values and so on. That's what growing up is about. It's just that hopefully you learn it without seriously injuring another human. Also, I'm not proud this makes me smile because I'm not a sociopath, but Nate's sophomore year of college, he blew out his knee in the first game of the season. Did it change my situation? Not in any way. Did it change Nate's? Yeah. And somehow, some way, my injustice was righted. Hakuna Matata, but only after revenge. I've shared this story before, and believe it or not, it was taken humorously. I may not go as far as calling you a bad person for laughing, but I can assure you, it's not a funny story. It's actually a story so traumatic that I can remember odd and every detail, and I was 7 years old when it happened. My bus stop was on a road that makes a super tight L shape. That's where me and the other kids from Deer Lake Elementary waited for the bus to pick us up in the morning. The bus stop area was designated by a big boulder on the side of the road in the grass, right at the elbow of the turn. After, it's another long road that branches off to different parts of the town, neighborhoods, and the school. If you go down even further, there's a graveyard at the end of it. A funeral procession was driving by one morning. Me and my friends see the hearse driving at us relatively fast. So all of us hop off the boulder and walk a couple of feet out of the way of the approaching hearse. The thing tries turning too late and hits the boulder head on. It was only going 20 at most, but it was enough to eject the casket out the back of the hearse. When it smacks onto the ground, both its doors pop open, and we get to see the peaceful old man resting in his casket slide past us. Problem is, coming up behind the hearse was the rest of the funeral attendees. First one's a blue Toyota truck with big tires. The guy driving doesn't see what happened from his vantage point. He knows how to take the turn, but he doesn't see the casket. He did feel the truck lift up a little bit on the front passenger side tire as it actually rolls into the open casket. The whole thing made a snap, snap, as the wooden walls at the top of the casket was crushed under the truck, dropping it back down from its tilt. The driver was confused. I think he thought that he hit one of us bus stop kids because he immediately looked out his window at us with a, "Huh?" face. Then he hopped out and walked to the front of his truck and saw his tire inside the casket, flattening the upper half of the body like a pancake. He's like, "Oh no," and jumps back into the truck, throwing it into reverse and hitting the gas with enough torque to shoot the casket forward, out from under the body, spinning it around on concrete until it stopped in an Egyptian-looking pose. That's when me and my friends all went fucking nuts and ran home to our houses. From crash to pose, this whole thing lasted 12, 13 seconds at most, but I don't think I'll ever get the gross, flat-top corpse sliding around out of my core memories. Yuck, and sad, really sad for the family. I'm sure they also didn't want that to happen. I've met both a serial killer and a couple serial rapists, along with a host of people who have done terrible things one time, such as dismemberment, strangulation, or other crimes. I used to do forensic work where I would meet with people who were either in prison already with psychiatric problems, usually protective custody where they were not to be with other inmates, or about to go to court, requiring evaluation for a mental state at the time of the crime, or in long-term psychiatric care via the court. Some also had behavioral issues within the prison system. I guess what's daunting about criminals like these, serial ones or not, is you realize they're just people. They're not special, often not different in any way. You couldn't pick them out of a crowd. I think most of us like to think that we know who the terrible people are, or that we could spot them. Truth is, you usually can't. It's not because they are sophisticated or smart. It's just because they're average people who happen to do things that many people likely just think about. So they blend in. It's not intentional or deceptive blending, as people might think. Not most of the time. It's just because they're actually your average Joe 99% of the time, except for that 1% of the time when they're doing something awful. In my job, they like to try to shock you or relive their crimes, but I've heard enough that I just kind of look at them blankly and we continue along. I was often brought in because these guys, they were all men, liked to brag once it was all said and done, and they particularly liked bragging to a young woman. I was in my late 20s at the time, someone who they thought they could get a response from. It was a fatal flaw for most of them in being evaluated, and they'd tell me all sorts of things they likely shouldn't have. Sure, there are some who have real disorders, but the amount of that is often overhyped in the media. What's worse is that on any given day in the United States, there are estimated to be over 50 active serial killers operating undetected. Watch your back. This is a weird memory that I have with my grandma during the end of her life that kind of scared me. I was young, and such a contrastive point of view was far beyond my understanding. The conversations between the doctors and my parents went way over my head. I knew what cancer was, and I knew Grandma Yuki had a lot of it in her bones. She was sick, and that's why we were staying in the hospital with her. Years later, my comprehension of what Alzheimer's and dementia was would give me more perspective of why my grandma acted the way she did sometimes. Grandma Yuki was in her late 80s, and for days at a time, my dad and I would sleep on cots in her hospital room, because the doctors would tell us that she would be passing away soon. This routine would last 4 months in total. Doctors would call, tell us Grandma's on her last leg. We would prepare to say our goodbyes and send her off. But then days would pass, and her health would stabilize a bit. We'd go home, only to get another call the next day, telling us that she was hours from death again. It was a toss-up to see if she remembered who we were when we'd bunk up with her again. Grandma's forgetfulness was silly to me. She used to call me Child when she couldn't remember my name. Child, what are you doing in my room? Because I was a little girl, not remembering who I was wasn't as scary as when she'd forget who my dad, her son, was. He experienced the most of my grandma's memory lapses, and it really broke him apart. He would cry in the car on our way home from our visits. A few times my grandma attacked him, thinking that he was a stranger in her room. There was a lot of turmoil being passed around the adults that I was blissfully ignorant about. That being said, in retrospect, I was able to see my grandma change with an unbiased filter. Besides being as sick as she looked, in my mind, the other medical conditions weren't attributed to how she acted. Therefore, I wasn't skeptical when she whispered about the devil bird that landed on her windowsill. It was just her and I watching the morning news in her hospital room. My cot was pressed against the corner of the wall, right under the thick glass window, furthest away from the cords and IV bags that hung around my grandma's bed like plastic ivy vines. The view from my window looked out high above a smaller suburban city. Birds would land outside the window often, and my grandmother would admire them or pay them no mind. But this time, as we watched the morning news together, a bird landed on the window that she feared greatly. With a weak, raspy voice, she told me quickly, "Get away from the window." I did as she asked. The urgency in her eyes frightened me. When I got to her bedside, she would point my attention over to the window, the bird that was perched outside the glass. Its colorful body faced us, but its head drooped to the side, like it was trying to look down off the edge. With a trembling voice, my grandma whispered, "That bird is evil. That's a devil bird." I'd never heard of a devil bird before, and I had no clue why my grandma was so afraid of it. Technically, we couldn't even see its face. To me, it just resembled the other birds that flew around the hospital. It just sat strange. I couldn't see anything that made the bird special apart from the others. From its position, you could see one of its eyes. It was exceptionally big and black, but I questioned if I was just wanting to see this exaggerated feature rather than actually finding one discernible from the other birds. It was also the only one up there, and so comparing the size and blackness of its eyes was, again, most likely exaggerated by the name my grandma had given it. She was lucid at the time, too, not silly, forgetful grandma. Her heart monitor spiked until the bird flew away. Throughout the day, when birds would land on the windowsill outside, I'd ask my grandma if they were also devil birds. She said, "No, those birds are living. Devil birds are not. They're possessed corpses, allowed to fly again until their muscles wear away." The idea of possession was within my grasp, as I'd seen it referenced before in a show called Unsolved Mysteries. I asked how she knew the bird that morning was a devil bird. "Its neck was broken," she tells me. Unfortunately, this back and forth was pieced together between many forgetful lapses that lasted until the day she did pass away. Later, when I'd ask my dad about the devil birds, his answer pivoted off her mental state. I've always wished that he could have been there when she told me all of this, or seen the bird, if only to see how lucid she was at the time. Even in her full-blown dementia, she never referred to another bird as a devil bird, and more birds would land on her windowsill all the way till the day she passed. She was right. None of them looked quite like the devil bird. I've always been nervously curious to see if my grandma's account of devil birds was real. Believing in this is also accepting the belief of possession being real, no matter at what size. So now I've put myself out there, told my crazy granny story. You're now obliged to tell me if she was really crazy after all. You know, crazy, crazy. Alright, well, there's no classy way to start this story, so don't judge me. When I was in my early 20s, my buddy was having a birthday party at a club called Tricks, with 3 X's. This gentleman's club was of the lowest caliber, and certainly not an establishment I visited often. This being said, me and birthday boy were doing key bumps next to an ATM when this stripper named Dakota walked up to me and started flirting. She asked if I wanted to hang out once she was off work. Her shift ended at the end of the hour. I didn't drive to the club, but my buddy's standing behind her, cheering me on, so I'm like, cool, let's do this. The party of boys leave, and I wait in the bar for Dakota to leave the dressing room. An old man sweeps confetti off the floor, and I watched him use a soapy rag to make the stripper pole shine once again, ready for the next night. Dakota comes out and tells me that she's got an Uber for us. As a gentleman, I offered to pay for the Uber, but she insists. And so together we strolled out the back door, arm in arm. Within 30 seconds, a car is pulling around the side of the club. As its headlights get close, Dakota says, "That's our Uber." And sure enough, the car pulls to a stop right in front of us. It was a Ford Focus or Chevy Aveo-looking small red car. I had to squeeze in the back seat. The driver is a tall, young woman. She also looks uncomfortable in this car, and I wonder why she would have made a purchase like this. When Dakota slides next to me, she asks if the woman has her address. The cramped woman in the front seat says, "Yep," and we drive around to the front of the strip club and out to the street. It's a long rural road leaving tricks. The previous key bumps I'd been jazzing on were fleeting, along with my confidence in the current situation I'd put myself in. I wasn't even sure if I was in a real Uber. This lady in front sure didn't drive like she gave a shit about any sort of star rating. Meanwhile, I catch Dakota putting "almost there" in a text message before pressing send. She tried to hide her phone, but the glow reflected from her side window. It became very clear that Dakota had no intentions of hooking up tonight. I have no idea what direction we've gone or how long we've been going that way. I try to reach for my phone and not commit the same mistake that she had by revealing my screen in the reflection. I begin to reach in my back pocket, thinking I'll try to blindly repeat the motion that I do to dim my screen before pulling it out of my pocket. I grip the phone and boom, the car's front tire explodes in a shred of rubber. The driver tries to overcorrect and ends up flipping the car. It cartwheels 3-4 times, narrowly avoiding the trees in the ditches on either side. The car barrel rolled into a straight line down this 2-lane highway until it came to a stop, landing completely upside down. Oddly enough, I don't think I ever passed out. I'm pretty banged up. There's glass everywhere, in my clothes, in my hair. I'm bleeding from multiple places, and I'm most worried about the blood dripping up my forehead. Both women are completely unconscious. I free myself from the seatbelt, and gravity sends me down to the ceiling of the turned-over car. I crawl out. Shooting pain from a fractured arm dampens my adrenaline and my ability to think. My head's also bleeding. This time it's going the natural way, and I feel a warm steam roll down the tip of my nose. But possibly, worst of all, my phone is crushed. I check on the girls. They appear to both be passed out, but then the driver starts to groan a bit. She's coming to. I tell the woman if she can reach her cell phone, she should call 911. Without another option, I'm forced to run for miles down a long, dark highway until I reached a gas station to call for emergency services. To this day, I still have metal inside my arm from the crash, but as crazy as it sounds, I'm very grateful the car flipped that night because I'm pretty sure that I was going to get robbed or murdered or both once we reached the address we were going to. And in some timeline, in another universe, Dakota was a cool stripper that really did want to hook up with me that night. I guess we'll never know. Schrodinger's stripper, per se. I don't know if this is the creepiest thing that's ever happened, but I found it to be pretty creepy. I met a woman on Match.com about 12 years ago. We went out for lunch in Providence on Federal Hill. She was very quiet. I was sure that she didn't care much for me. It was quite a bit of work to get her to speak about anything, and by the end of the evening, I chalked it up to experience, a wasted effort. But after lunch, she told me that she was frightened of Providence and asked me to walk her to her car. I agreed. When we got to her car, she shook my hand and thanked me, and as an afterthought, asked me if I wanted a ride back to my car. She felt that she could trust me now, I guess. I said okay. As soon as I got in the car, she was all over me. She wanted to make out, hot and heavy. I didn't even get a chance to put on the seatbelt. I was incredibly and pleasantly surprised. We made plans for another date. We went to the movies. Again, she was very quiet and standoffish until we got to her car. Then she was all over me. The next day I came home from work, and when I opened my mailbox, I found a small package. Inside were 2 wedding rings with a note. "We are destined to be one," was written on the box. There was no postage. Whoever put it there in person. I suspected it was her, and I was uneasy. I called her up. She asked me if I got her package. I said yes. She said, "I went to a psychic. She said you were my soulmate. We'll be together forever." I realized then that she was not right in the head. I said, I don't think so. And after a discussion of how inappropriate she was being, I hung up the phone. The next day, when I came home from work, she was parked in my driveway. I got out of the car furious. "Who the hell do you think you are, coming to my house uninvited?" I asked her angrily. She was nonplussed. "It's not the kind of house I want," she said, "but we can live in it together until we're married. But I like your cat." And she gestured to the cat watching us from the window. I told her to leave, to never return. She did leave, but not before telling me that we were going to be together. It was preordained. For the next year, I got calls, emails, and love letters every single day. Sometimes she called 10 times a day. At first, I tried to tell her that she was wasting her time, but it did no good. To her, we were destined to be together. It has been 10 years since this happened, but for the longest time, I'd still get emails from her once a month. I'd get phone calls from her about twice a year. She never changed her number, so once I figured out how to block numbers, I stopped getting the calls. Early on, if I'd accidentally answer the phone or something, she would just take it as acknowledgement that I have feelings for her, and it would turn into a burst of emails and phone calls and small gifts. I never saw her as a threat. At least, I never felt threatened. She's just sick in the head. It's very, very creepy. But the creepiest thing about her, in my opinion, is that she's a Harvard-trained medical doctor treating patients. In 2007, I was at university, taking on more than a full course load, waiting tables, doing volunteer work, and generally exhausting myself to death. It was a Friday in March. I'd pulled an all-nighter the night before, and after finishing my afternoon classes, I decided to lie down for a quick rest before my shift at work. As I was lying there with my eyes closed, this vision flashed up behind my eyelids of a person hanging, and then someone lifting them up. It startled me to the point that I sat up out of bed, giving up on the idea of sleeping and deciding to get ready for work. A couple of hours later, I was waiting tables when a man came into the restaurant to see me. I'd never seen this man before, and when he walked into the front door of the restaurant, there was no indication that he was there for me. Yet somehow, instinctively, this uncomfortable feeling started twisting around in my gut. As he spoke to my manager, a feeling of dread passed over me. How did I know they were talking about me? I couldn't hear them. They weren't looking at me. My manager sent me to talk to this unsettling stranger, and he gave me the news. My younger brother was dead. Before the man even explained how he died, I knew he had hanged himself. It had happened at the approximate time that I had that vision. I've never been able to fully make sense of it, but along with the other experiences in my life, I think it lends itself to the suggestion that we, as humans, as living beings, as part of the universe, are far more deeply connected than we observe in normal circumstances. On my 14th birthday, I got an electric mountain bike as a gift from my uncle. Its intended purpose was to be my means of transportation for school, so I didn't have to take the stinky bus anymore. That was its intended purpose. What I really used it for was taking it up the hills with the older boys that rode actual motorbikes. My electric bike wasn't nearly as powerful as theirs and couldn't get enough speed to do tricks, so I basically used it as a chair while watching the other kids drive around the woods. One day, I got a healthy helping of peer pressure that leads me to the peak of a hill, trying to line my tires with a thin walking trail in between two tree trunks wider than my wingspan. At the top of the hill, there's a small, flat patch that I'm supposed to do a circle in to already have momentum when I hit the hill. Well, that plan didn't happen, though. I hit the throttle too fast on my turn, and I launched myself off the back of the mountain like a fucking cartoon character. The backside of the hill isn't like the front trail I was aiming for. The back is just a long drop into trees, and down those trees to the forest floor, several feet down from the trail. By the way, I'm not a guy, I'm not a bro, and the only reason I was up there was because I had a crush on one of the motorbike boys. I thought if I dressed cute and hung out there long enough, he would think that I'm way cooler than these dumb bikes. So, zoom, here I go off a fucking cliff. Before a tree branch bonked my lights out, I remember my last thoughts were, I'm gonna die now. What a lame way to go. At least they didn't see me fall. Teenagers. When I regained consciousness, I was high up in a tree and pretty fucking banged up. I knew I'd broken more than a few ribs. My arms and legs were cut up all to hell, but they still worked. The helmet I'd worn without a chin strap was gone, and the bugs, they were crawling in my hair. It's also now starting to get dark in the forest. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know the sun was nowhere near the horizon when I started. The forest was alive with woodland noise, but no human noises, no motorbikes or voices, no one calling my name trying to find me. In any other circumstances, the atmosphere would have been a yoga dream. Distant birds chirping, insects flying around, some tangled in my hair so I could hear their wings flap in HD. I wish I could have enjoyed it more. But the blinding pain in my ribs and horrible fear of falling to my death any second, I guess I should say fear of finishing my fall, kept my mind a little occupied from enjoying the view. From my perspective, the view I saw was nauseating. Panic and disgust were induced from knowing that I would have to somehow scale my ass down this tree. I've never climbed a tree up to this point. I didn't climb this one. I had no clue how to get down or what I was going to do. Where's my phone? Gone. Where's my DC slip-on shoes? Gone. They slipped off. It was brutal, crawling down one branch at a time. I'd slowly move my weight from branch to branch, making sure they could support my weight. I didn't know that would have been the easy part of my escape from the tree. Halfway down, the branches just stop. These kind of trees decided not to grow branches past a certain point, so I didn't have many other options but to grip the tree best I could, like a giant fire pole, and try to slide down. That worked for a few feet. I'd get a bunch more big cuts, several splinters, and some sort of friction burn on my cheek and forehead. Then, my crescent hold lost its tightness, and I fell at a diagonal angle backwards the rest of the way down. As I crash-landed on the forest floor with a massive thud, an electric surge of pain jolted through my body like a lightning bolt. The impact aggravated my already fractured ribs, so now gasping for breath was added to my list. The noises in the forest grew louder, reverberating through the towering trees, and then quieting down entirely, then back to a symphonic forest melody, over and over again. I knew something was wrong, aware of the urgency to secure some sort of safety. I battled with my weak and seriously bruised physique, summoning every drop of strength that remained in my slowly emptying tank. Weakly, I hoisted myself up, relying on the sturdy support of another nearby tree. Everything hurt, but at least my legs weren't broken. The darkness of the night had now engulfed the forest entirely. Each rustle of leaves or distant hoot of an owl, everything was scaring me suddenly, especially the thought that I might die out here. I had no idea where I was exactly, or what was going on with my head, my body. I persevered through that pain, but I realized I was only getting myself deeper into the labyrinth of the woods. The forest seemed to enclose around me, while the wind was relentless. Just as I started to lose some hope, a voice inside me told me I couldn't stop. It wasn't a real voice, just a strong feeling. But then, just a short time later, I could hear a voice in the distance. Finally, someone was saying my name. As I stumbled through the undergrowth, it almost felt like I was drunk. My steps were uneven, my breathing labored, but if I could just make it to the voice, I knew I'd be okay. I saw a flicker of light. It caught my attention due to the total darkness surrounding me. I pursued this little faint glow, hoping it was leading me out of the woods and not further into it. Then, I heard the voice again. It was only the second time I realized I didn't recognize the voice. It certainly didn't belong to any of the boys that I'd come with. It was a woman's voice. The unsettling noises of the forest gradually fade into the background, and I fixate on the beacon of light in the voice calling my name. Then, suddenly, everything went dark. I could feel myself falling, and then I could feel someone catch me. This time when I woke up, I was in a petite clearing. There was light again, but this was different than the guiding light that was just in front of me before I ended up in the clearing. This light was coming from the moon, which to my surprise, I could see now. The moon's glow was somehow illuminating a path I actually recognized, one that led to a popular road. I was in heaping pain, but still, relief washed over me, knowing that any form of civilization was finally within reach. Fueled by determination and a little bit of spite for being left here to begin with, I pressed on. Finally, I reached the road, and a car materialized in the distance, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, my distrust for strangers disintegrated, and I was frantically waving my arms. Thankfully, I captured the attention of the driver, who after pulling over immediately rushed to my aid. Finally safe, I slumped into the arms of a total stranger, overwhelmed with gratitude for their kindness and the opportunity to escape that forest. It felt like the forest had tested me that day, physically, mentally, yet I also totally believe that it helped me. I don't know how I got to that clearing, who caught me, but also whose voice was guiding me. Some things just can't be explained, I guess. As for the motocross boys and my crush, well, it turns out it wasn't as malicious as I thought. They all waited for me to come down the hill and into view. I just never did. They went back up the hill to look for me, eventually, but since I'd literally fallen off the trail and was completely out of view, they all assumed I had chickened out and went home to save myself the embarrassment. None of them knew I was missing or injured. So, without that voice, I don't know where I'd be right now, but I bet it's a lot worse off. I joke nowadays that Mother Nature herself saved me. I guess I'm only half joking, though. Reality is I'll never know, but I'm forever grateful. I was on patrol behind a strip mall when a call came over about someone being attacked in the front parking lot of a bar in front of that very mall. I drove around to the front in seconds, knowing that backup was minutes away. As I pulled up, one man had a long iron pole in his hands. It was raised up as if he was ready to strike another man on the ground with it. The other was looking up at him with his hands up, apparently defensively. This was before tasers, and there was a huge crowd surrounding this tableau. So, even though this looked like a deadly force situation, I decided not to draw my gun. I literally walked right up to them, and using my voice of command, I told them to drop the pole. The man holding the pole started to say something, but I told him again in a tone of voice that could not be mistaken or argued with, that he needed to drop it. And he dropped it. I kicked the pole out of reach under a car and stood myself directly between these two men when just moments ago it appeared that one was ready to kill the other. I told both of them to say nothing and to stay still until the other officers began to arrive. From a purely tactical standpoint, it was probably the stupidest move I ever made. I knew nothing about these two men or why they appeared to be ready to kill each other. I had no idea who in the crowd was on which side, if either, and here I was standing arm's length from both of them, dominating and controlling a potential deadly force situation with nothing more than a fearless officer presence. As it turned out, I'd done exactly the right thing. Although I would have been justified in shooting the man with the pole if I could have done so without putting anyone else in the crowd at risk, what was discovered after interviewing the two men and witnesses in the crowd, the man holding the pole was the bar's bouncer. The man on the ground had been kicked out of the bar earlier and was not happy about it. He tore down a street sign for the iron pole that he'd been holding up, and he waited to ambush the bouncer with it at closing time. As it happened, the bouncer had just managed to grab and pull the pole away from the man, pulled it away with enough force that it was over his head at the moment I arrived. The man on the ground, of course, had his hands raised as the pole had just been pulled out of them by the bouncer. If I'd used my gun, I would have shot the bouncer, who was defending himself from the attacker. I'd arrived at just the right moment when everything appeared exactly the opposite. I took command of a potentially deadly situation with no backup and without using a weapon, and as a result, wound up not shooting the wrong person. This is the most memorable moment of my career. This is the reality of police work. Split-second life or death decisions made with minimal information and putting ourselves in imminent danger to minimize the risk to onlookers and others on the scene. This was good police work. Up until this moment, I hadn't really experienced a lot of death, but unfortunately, I've killed a man. My boyfriend wanted a steam cleaner, and I wanted to pick up a few things from Walmart. It was around 8 p.m. when I departed. Little did I know, this would be the biggest mistake of my 22 years of living. I arrived at Walmart safely. I picked up the steam cleaner and a few other silly items, home decor, cleaning supplies, etc. After checking out, I headed home. My drive went smoothly, up until I was a block away from home. It was around 9:45 p.m. at this time, and I was literally just thinking, I almost made it home. I was traveling around 35-40 miles an hour. The streetlights are very dim on this road, and at night, you can rarely see what's in front of you. I see a red car parked on the opposite side of the road, but since this road is very scenic during the day, I really didn't think too much of it. And that's when I heard the horrifying thud. Ba-dunk, ba-dunk, ba-dunk. I slammed on my brakes. As soon as I open the door, I hear the blood-curdling screams. A man is running towards my SUV, which I later find out that it's his son. He rips his tank top off. He starts calling me a bitch, informs me that I just killed his dad. His brother followed. I immediately start screaming. I still couldn't see the father. I ran up to the red car, and his two sons start to hug me and inform me, "Ma'am, you didn't do anything wrong. There was a family altercation, and he wanted to die. We called an ambulance for him to get some help." I'm still screaming as they explain this. I come upon his body, sitting in a pool of blood. Within minutes, a policeman pulls up. He immediately starts rendering aid. Minutes later, an ambulance pulls up. I'm still in shock. They started to do CPR before putting his barely alive body in the ambulance. He was life-flighted to a local hospital. It turns out that his body was laying between the two streetlights, and from his chest up was laying in my lane, face down, wearing a black sweatshirt against black pavement. He told his ex-wife, who was at the scene, that he wanted to kill himself because she did not want him back. I wonder why the ex-wife wouldn't put her car in front of the body. I wonder why the two sons couldn't seem to move him from my lane. I wonder why it had to have been me. The man was pronounced dead upon arrival. I'm 22 years old. What could I have done that was so wrong that I deserve to live with that for the rest of my life? I'll never stop replaying the horrifying sound from running the man's body over, the blood-curdling shrieks, the image of the man laying in a pool of his own blood. I don't know if I'll ever be able to live with myself. In the early 90s, my dad worked at a Missouri bottling factory. He was on the line where the bottles were filled while his friend Paul operated the machine that took empty bottles off their pallets. When a new stack was placed into the machine, a large arm with vacuum suction cups lowered to remove a thin board atop the bottles, which were then stacked to the side, while a sweeper arm pushed the bottles onto the conveyor. One night, there was a gap in production, and my dad was sent to check on the problem. He discovered Paul trapped in the machine from the waist up. He was being held there by part of his shirt getting tangled in one of the machine's suction cups. Several men disassembled the safety doors just to reach Paul, but he was already dead. His face was pale, covered in blood, while his chest was completely caved in. They think he reached in to retrieve a fallen board, something the machine should be off for, when the arm returned and crushed him. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible, but it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements, so we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm, a dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 in the morning, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi? Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. I was stupid enough to agree to a blind date. It was several years ago. I hadn't come out yet, and I was desperate to keep up appearances. After we had dinner, this loser drove to a dark parking lot behind a closed store. Next thing I knew, he was all over me, trying to unbutton and unzip my jeans. I said no and was blocking his hands. He refused to take no for an answer. As his hand went up my shirt, I began screaming. He was getting more pushy by the second. Suddenly, a bright white light lit up the car. His face turned white. His eyes bugged out. He quickly started his car and drove me home. He shook all the way there. I was confused, but so relieved. The next day, he called and apologized for what had happened. I told him to never call me again, and then he asked me a question that made a chill run down my spine. Who was the girl, the one in the light? I asked, what? He said when the light appeared, a blonde girl in a powdered blue dress appeared, glaring at him. She pointed at him and let out a scream. That's when he hauled ass and took me home. I hung up on him, but I couldn't help but smile. The year before, my best friend of 14 years had died unexpectedly in a car accident. She was only 21. She was buried in a dress her favorite color, baby blue. She had been a victim herself 3 years before her death. Apparently, she was hell-bent on me not meeting the same horrible fate, and I'm forever grateful to her. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball. And seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees. The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too. Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have 2 glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. When it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help. So my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true, each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover or showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only 1 town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023. None of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed, not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. Unfortunately, I've encountered more than a few rabid animals in my life. If you come across one, either stay away, call animal control, or shoot it, but don't pick it up. Wait, make sure it's dead, and then follow the local protocols. I often bury rabid animals in a hole, soak them in diesel fuel, and burn the body so nothing digs it up and gets infected. It's not a pretty picture, I understand that, but it's life or death when you see something foaming at the mouth. And death do a lot more than the rabid animal itself. It was around 9:30 at night, and the girls, I have 2 daughters, had been out playing in the pool when they came running in saying that there was a big, giant raccoon in the yard, that it was walking funny. Knowing that likely wasn't a good sign either way, I went out with a .22, and sure enough, this giant raccoon was staggering and foaming at the mouth. It was huge. It was dark outside, but I could see that much, and he could see me. He began to hiss loudly. I shot him 2 times in what I thought had to have been the head, but he didn't die. Rabid animals don't feel normal pain, and they don't have any fear, but they also don't retreat. Only that's what this one did. Ran away faster than any raccoon I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know what to think. We stayed inside. Almost a week later, I was barbecuing. It was still light out. I heard that loud hissing again. Surprised, I spin around. I don't see the thing at first, but I hear it. I run inside, tell the family to stay inside while I grab the .22. I went back out there, still hearing the hissing, and finally I spotted it. But this thing is way back, at least 10 yards away at the tree line, foaming at the mouth, but standing on 2 legs. And it's just massive. It's loud. I'm not even sure that it's a raccoon anymore, but I'm sure he's watching me. This is not the behavior of a rabid animal, keeping its distance. Absolutely not. Showing any kind of controlled behavior like stalking. Not to mention, almost a week had passed and this guy's still alive. Infected raccoons are ostracized from others, and they live a maximum of 1 to 3 days, especially with a couple shots to the head. Nothing about this creature made any sense, so I shot at it again. This time it seemed to literally dodge the shots entirely, but didn't disappear. Just kept watching from other parts of the tree line, hissing. I kept shooting. I knew I hit it, but it didn't matter. The thing disappeared, but I continued to hear the hissing, becoming paranoid, and I kept everyone inside, warned the girls about the hissing, told them to stay away from the tree line. Everyone had heard it and seen it at least once. That was enough to take it seriously. The girls said they heard it one night while in the living room watching a movie. The back window was open. They were both too scared to even get off the couch to close the window, so they just listened. Eventually it gave up, disappearing for what would apparently be the last time. I never saw the thing again. Animal control never reported catching anything matching my description, and they never reported any rabid raccoons in the area at all. I just have to wonder then, what the hell did we see? My dad worked in a hospice wing for almost 20 years and just retired earlier this spring. Back in the early 2000s, he worked with one of those broody, keeps-to-themselves types, a guy named Carlos. Carlos wasn't the friendliest person, but he arrived on time, and his patients never complained, so they just accepted that social skills weren't his forte. One day, they received a new patient, Carlos' grandfather, but obviously, Carlos wanted to care for him. The old man suffered from Alzheimer's and would often forget where he was or mistake Carlos for his older brother. My dad said that it was really hard to watch. Everyone felt sorry for them, and it was obviously affecting Carlos. Hell, who could blame him? I can only imagine what it's like to watch a grandparent or loved one slip away like that. except it wasn't hurting Carlos in the way everyone thought it was. About 6 weeks later, his grandfather coded right after Carlos's shift ended. They were calling him before he made it to the parking lot. The doctors did everything they could, but the old man passed away. The problem was how he died. The doctor deemed the circumstances strange enough to warrant a toxicology report. They discovered enough sedatives to kill a horse. The security footage showed Carlos as the last one to enter his room, and when questioned by police, he confessed he'd been stockpiling medication for the entire 6 weeks, assuming no one would suspect foul play on the death of an Alzheimer's patient. When asked why he would want to kill his own grandfather, Carlos said the man had raised him and his older brother since they were 4 and 10. Unfortunately, he had abused them in horrible ways. He was the reason that Carlos's older brother had committed suicide at the age of 23. When Carlos turned 18, he moved out, never spoke to the old man again until he happened to show up in the hospice wing. His first instinct was to explain the situation and keep his distance. But then the old man called him by his brother's name, and something snapped inside. It suddenly seemed like a better plan to keep the past a secret and expedite his grandfather's departure. I don't really know how to feel about this. On one hand, I can't really blame Carlos. I mean, if there was ever a reason to kill. On the other hand, he ruined his life to kill someone who only had a couple of years left at best. What do you think? I maybe would have just kept my distance. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she'd share at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal, and man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot, an added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening, His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gale and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gale was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gale just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gale's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gale starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gale that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gale knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gale's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gale knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gale can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gale tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gale can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gale blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo. Now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gale was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gale, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gale, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gale says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gale gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gale exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gale gets to the entryway, She grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were three of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." "Sure, Travis, sure." Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. Then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas. I was 13 years old. I'd been attacked in a school playground by a vicious Doberman, let loose by some stupid kids. The dog tore a hole in my hamstring and tendon, so my dad decided that we should go to the ER. As we arrive, we can hear some kind of two-way radio with a voice saying there was a bad accident and 2 people were coming into the ER. I was taken back and told to lay prone on the exam table. The staff were scurrying around, preparing for the arrivals. The doctor came over, injected me with a numbing agent, and started to stitch my torn hamstring together. Suddenly, with a bang, the ER doors fly open, and I can see one person being transferred and wheeled into a space next to me. The doctor made his apologies and ran over to help him. I couldn't make out the gender because of the amount of blood. Wasn't even sure there was a head. I couldn't even tell where the head was supposed to be. For the next 30 minutes, they worked on this poor soul with CPR, trying to shock him to life. The curtain was not pulled across, and I witnessed the whole gruesome mess. I could smell burning flesh. After some time, I heard the eerie tone of a flatline. just like in the movies. Mind you, I'm 13, but my mom was a nurse. I'd seen quite a bit for a kid. Still, I was horrified. There was a fresh, dead person next to me. The doctor and nurses received the next patient and worked on them with success in the space to my right. I think they lived. With a sigh, he returned to me and noticed that I could see everything, including the dead body just feet away from me. Oh, geez. He pulled the curtain across to block the view. Is that guy dead? I asked. Yep, damn it he is. He didn't wear a seatbelt, and this is what happens. After pulling his bloody gown and gloves off, he slowly washed his hands in silence, walked over to me. At least I can fix you. My dad asked how it went in the ER, and I told him I just wanted to go home. This happened in Crystal Lake in Virginia Beach. I drove out with a girlfriend for a dose of nature and beauty before the sunset. As it started to get dark, we realized it was close to closing time, and the park entry gate would soon be shut. There were no other cars or people around. We jumped in our car and started driving toward the gate to exit the park. On the way towards the gate, we passed a young girl sitting on the side of the road, on a cement block. She was dressed in a conservative, long dress, like something from the turn of the century. She was holding a large red ball. She was pale and thin, with long brown hair. Strangely, she didn't look towards us or acknowledge us at all. Just stared straight ahead, across from where she was sitting. What was she doing out there, with no urgency to leave the park? As we drove on, we saw a strange man ahead of us, in the middle of the road. He was intentionally blocking our path, and he too was dressed from a different era, wearing suspenders over a filthy white shirt and black pants. He was waving his arm for us to stop. As we got closer and slowed down, we could see that he wasn't hurt or needing help. He looked angry and aggressive, and his face was scary as hell. So we sped around him. He turned and started running after our car. We hit the gas and barely made it out of the gate before it was locked for the night. We never went back there again. Death is pretty overwhelming. And I'm not talking about loss. I'm talking about death. My story is about the time I died and they had to bring me back. Now, this probably isn't going to be the same experience as everyone else has had with death. I'm aware that most of what I experienced dead was probably a trick of my mind while trying to save itself. But death was a lot. When the car first hit, I don't remember anything. All I remember from that point is I woke up in a ditch, staring up at the sky, with one eye unable to move, pressed against the ground, and blood dripping down my head. I remember that I heard death. I'd seen dead people before, like most of my grandparents, but I'd never heard it. And what I heard was blood pouring into my dad's lungs. My dad was probably the most capable guy I've ever known. I'd seen him bring a small-town track team to be national finalists multiple times. He gave dozens, I think over 100, of his athletes scholarships by making them better, by helping kids with no opportunities get meetings with scouts and colleges. I'd seen him break the Wamego High School bench press record at 46 to prove a point that his athletes should be working out more. People used to hear his voice from way outside the track stadiums. But what I heard from him wasn't the usual strength in his voice. It was pain, and it was fear. I heard him weakly choke out, "Katie, Katie, Katie." While his organs started filling with blood where it shouldn't be, he kept calling out for me in sheer panic. I called out to him, and we had a short, private, painful conversation that I'll only ever speak to my kids, but the normal stuff was basically the effect of take care of your mother and survive. I've always loved you. Before blacking out and waking up, being ambulanced to the hospital, I had no idea he was already as good as dead. I was terrified because I hear fear from my dad as he's dying, and I knew it would be coming for me next because, well, the car wreck basically hit at such a fast speed that my seatbelt actually kind of countered the safety because my stomach burst open like if you squeeze a water balloon from one side. Basically, my belly was split. So, I laid in an ambulance as a 13-year-old kid, being kept awake by the people until they could make it to the hospital so I didn't bleed out. The entire time they were talking about Pokemon, telling me to list my favorite types or games or Pokemon, I was thinking, this is it. I always let Dad down, and I'm about to do it again. And I started crying my eyes out in the ambulance out of fear. Fear of death, fear of failure, fear of losing my dad. The ambulance workers helped to perk me up, stay hopeful when they told me my dad had made it to the hospital with me. And this is the part where I died. I was being rushed through the hallways, watching flashing lights that I couldn't see. I saw a kid's dad who I played football with, who was a highway patrolman. I was so out of it, I kept saying, I'm gonna wake up soon. I just saw my dad's friend. Even knowing what I was going through wasn't some horrific dream, I kept saying it. The last thing I remember normally from this point is being wheeled into the emergency operating room while saying, where's my dad? They said he's here. Dad? Before my normal memory cut off. Because on that operating table, the doctors later informed my family they'd lost me for a short time and had to do everything possible to get me back. It took a lot of therapy, PTSD recollection, repressed memory, recall therapy. It took all that to confront what I felt when I died. Or I think was about the next 2.5 years, I would black out any time I tried thinking too hard about what happened in the room, but eventually, I started having a memory I didn't remember. If you want me to explain what I experienced in single words, I can't. At that moment, what I felt wasn't fear, wasn't relief, wasn't happiness, wasn't pain. I didn't see a lake of fire or a palace in the clouds. What I saw can't be explained using shapes or comparisons or colors or pretty visuals. It felt like everything and nothing was happening to me. But I wasn't scared because the one familiar thing I did see was my dad, or what I felt was my dad. I just felt like for a single moment, my dad and I didn't say anything to each other. We didn't look at each other. We just had a moment where I understood that this was the last moment he and I would ever share. And then he walked off. But I didn't feel the fear from him that I felt before. I think because he knew that I'd be the one who made it. When I woke up next and remember anything, my next memory of the accident, I saw my football coach who had driven in. I told him I'd be a little late to practice. He laughed because I asked where my dad was, because I had no memory of our moment at the time. For the next couple of days, my family kept letting me think my dad was alive and survived because they were worried if I found out the truth, I'd give up while I was still semi-critical. So, 2 days after I died, I was told my dad died, and I spent the next years figuring out what our last connection was. I know this is a long story, but that's because death was long and overwhelming, but it wasn't scary or peaceful or painful. It just made sense. like when you go lay down after an intense workout and you feel like you belong in that bed. Thanks for reading, if anybody did. I just thought I'd put another memorial story out there for my dad. I witnessed the aftermath of my family business being torn into pieces by a fire. It was January 2018 when the fire occurred. At 10 a.m., my mother called me. I'd only been at work for an hour. "Hurry, everything's gone. There was a fire. You need to come right now." I was in shock. I kept asking her for more information. How could this have happened? How big was the fire? When she says everything, does she really mean everything? I thought maybe she could be exaggerating. We've had the business for 20 plus years and have never experienced something of this magnitude. I ran for the bus. I had so many questions running through my head. My heart was racing, pounding. My body was sweating and tears ran down my cheeks as I placed my head on the window. As soon as I arrived, my jaw dropped. I inhaled the smoke and choked profusely. The walls were black and the glass shattered. I walked into the kitchen. Nothing felt real. It felt like a dream, a nightmare. I've never seen my dad so heartbroken. We were closed for 6 long months. It really was a difficult time, financially and emotionally. But we got through it, and I think we're all a lot more appreciative than we were before. I live in Maine, close to Rumford. There was a man following me on my jog today, around Ellis Pond, but I couldn't wrap my head around how he kept ending up in front of me as I jogged. The first time I noticed him was earlier on my run. My playlist had just started when my mom called. I stopped to answer it. During our 2-minute conversation, I had the chance to stop and look around, really soak in the serene landscape that I was always running through but never really slowed down to appreciate. The sun was close to rising. Far in the trees on the left side of the path, I see a figure walk in between 2 large tree trunks, vanishing when he fully passed behind the second tree. The diameter of this trunk was far too thin for this figure to hide behind. I surely would have seen his shoulders poking out if he was standing behind the tree. When I hung up with my mom, what I saw wasn't there anymore. I jogged a little faster along the path with my headphones off while I scanned the surroundings. I was about halfway complete on my route. It would have taken me longer to backtrack. 10 minutes later, on my left again, I made eye contact with a pure black owl sitting in the trees. The feathers were the deepest of black that I've ever seen on a bird. Its circular yellow eyes were the only thing that gave away its position in the branches. When I finally couldn't crank my neck any further and still keep running, I had to relinquish our staring contest and keep moving. At this point in my jog, the suns just began to glow on the horizon, providing me a bit more light and further visibility. Up ahead of me, the path bends to the right. The tree line follows its bend, so before I make this turn, a patch of trees are directly in front of me, less than a quarter mile ahead. I don't see anything as I approach. I'm just about to let my guard down, but before I turned right, I looked left, and I saw the same dark figure. This time, they were walking between the trees far in the distance. They were much closer, walking towards me. It was a man in all black. He was wearing a ski mask that covered his face because his eyes were the only discernible feature. His face was a blank canvas. When I turned and saw him, he picked up his speed and started charging through the trees at me. The feeling gripped me with such shock, but I was able to scream. My legs became jelly, though, and I collapsed onto the ground in fright, tucked into a tight ball. I heard his shoes cross from the grass onto the concrete, sprinting my way. I continued screaming as loud as I could, curled up in a fetal position for a while, before realizing I hadn't even been touched yet. I move my arms away from my face, and I see that the man is no longer there. I sit up, and I'm once again all alone on the path. I try to stand while I'm still shaking with fear, thinking this guy could have ducked behind one of these trees, that he's waiting to attack me again. But why would he have prolonged his attack? The sun was almost up, and the chances of someone else coming on this path was only increasing now. I wasn't going to wait and find out, though. I ran the last mile as fast as I could to get to my car. I didn't see the man again. This is a popular trail, and that's why I like to get my workout in early before other people started showing up. But now I don't think that I'll mind the extra company on the walking trails during my workout. It was the realization that something bad could have happened and nobody would have known. My roommates know my route, but they wouldn't have noticed that I disappeared until they got home from work that night, maybe even the next day. I know lots of people find love online, but I swore off dating apps 5 years ago when I met Amy. It started off fine. I talked to her and a few girls for a couple of weeks before asking her to meet in person. We had the most in common, and she was the one that I found myself wanting to get to know more. When we agreed to meet, the plan was for me to pick her up at her house, and then we would go out for dinner and a movie. A nice, simple, low-pressure first date, or it should have been. I know what you're thinking, that I was led to an abandoned property in the middle of nowhere and was promptly relieved of my possessions, but that's not the case. In fact, her house was completely normal, and she looked exactly like her picture. Rare finds, I know. The red flags didn't start appearing until we were at the restaurant. When interacting with me, she was the sweetest girl you ever met, but when it came to interacting with the waiter, she was a completely different person. All the guy did was ask to take our drink order, and her entire demeanor changed. She had an angry scowl, and her voice dropped at least 2 octaves. I never would have recognized her as the same person I'd been talking to. Yet, once the waiter walked away, she returned to her former peppy self, like it was this completely normal thing to do. That happened throughout dinner, and the movies were even worse. We changed seats several times because people sat too close, and she mocked everyone for how they looked or what they were wearing. Again, I know what you're thinking, raging narcissist, and yes, absolutely. I understood that before dinner was half finished, but not gonna lie, she kinda scared me. So I just wanted to get through with the date and then ghost her. After the movie, I took her home. She invited me in for coffee. Trying to politely decline, I said that I had to get up early, and she didn't want to hear it. She unbuckled my seatbelt and made me so uncomfortable that I pretended to agree. Then I turned to open my door, and I sent a quick call me text to my friend. Amy was closing her door, and I was just standing up when the phone rang. I answered and told her to give me a second so my roommate knew that I'd be late. She smirked and went inside, while I pretended everything was fine and told my friend not to expect me. He heard me call him my roommate, so he knew something was up. He played along, thinking that Amy could hear him. The second she went inside, I got back in the car and just ran for it. Not my proudest moment, but anyway, I was just turning off her street when the barrage of calls started. I blocked her, but she messaged me on Tinder instead. Since I was still trying to tell my friend what actually happened, I put my phone on sleep mode and let her text away. 30 minutes later, I was back home and ready to finish blocking Amy. In that amount of time, she not only found my Twitter, Discord, Reddit, and Instagram, she left over 200 messages in total. The majority of them were just random insults, but it was unsettling that she cared that much. In total, we'd known each other for less than 3 weeks and met once. I I can't imagine that the date was that great for her. I didn't laugh at her cruelty or contribute to it. I barely spoke. This should be the end of the story. I sure thought it was. But my phone started blowing up again the next day. She made new accounts on everything, so I set all of mine to private. Then she started calling and texting from different numbers. I don't know if she was borrowing people's phones or spoofing her ID, but I was only dumb enough to answer one of her calls. She immediately began screaming, but I didn't wait to hear what she was saying before hanging up. I was just about ready to change my number when it finally stopped. I had hoped that she found someone new to obsess over, but that was too good to be true. There were 2 glorious days of peace before I woke to the sound of breaking glass at 3 a.m. I'm still not sure how, but she found out where I lived and threw a brick through my big living room window. I had to call the police and do the whole routine, so I didn't get back to sleep that night either. After seeing the messages Amy sent, they agreed that she was the likely suspect and said that they would have to talk with her. Well, she wasn't at home, and I wasn't sure where she worked, just that she was a hairstylist. The officers said they would try again at the end of their shift, or have another car check with her that night. They also advised that I buy some security cameras. I did that on the way to work. They were installed the second I got home. That night, they recorded her approaching my house around the same time, only now she had a softball bat. She then proceeded to smash my mailbox before busting my taillights, headlights, and the window next to my front door. I didn't wake up until she was working on the car, and once I saw her on camera, I immediately called the police again. After reaching through the broken window and unlocking the door, she began smashing everything in her way as she searched for my bedroom. I couldn't get out of my window because it was painted shut, so I hid in my closet, and I watched and listened as Amy searched my house, and I called 911. I've honestly never been so scared in my life. She was proper crazy. She wasn't even drunk, just hurt and angry. When the cops finally arrived, I cried actual tears of relief. I couldn't see any flashing lights from my hiding spot, but I heard officers yelling at Amy when they charged inside. The icing on the cake, Amy wasn't even her real name. She was on the run from attempted murder charges in another state because she put her ex in the hospital. All in all, I'd say that I got off lucky. Insurance took care of the damages, and I never saw Amy again. She skipped town once she made bail, and I have no clue where she might be or what could have happened to her. I'm just grateful she didn't come back to mess with me again. So yeah, I quit online dating after that. This past summer, I was a counselor at a day camp. Aside from being a counselor, I was also a bus monitor. My job was to sit in front of the bus next to the driver and help the kids on and off the bus. The first couple of days of camp, I really enjoyed being a bus monitor. I got a ride there and back from camp, plus I got extra pay. But then it started getting creepy. The bus driver seemed okay at first. He was this older guy with a little hint of an accent. He would ask me weird questions, which, admittedly, I answered, because I thought wherever he came from, it was probably okay to ask these questions, and I didn't want to make him feel bad. On the first day of camp, he asked for my number. I thought nothing of it and gave it to him, figured it was for work. He would probably just want to call in the mornings when he got to my house. I was dead wrong. On the second day of camp, we passed a Dunkin' Donuts on the way back. Me, being the idiot that I am, just said nonchalantly, "Oh, I love Dunkin'." After we dropped off all the kids, he proceeded to go the opposite direction of my house. I asked him where he was going, and he said back to Dunkin'. I freaked out. I told him no, that he should just take me home. He wouldn't. I started asking more urgently. He wouldn't. I was screaming and on the verge of tears. I was begging for him to just please turn back. He wouldn't. I've just watched many shows in my lifetime, and I know what happens when creepy old men drive you away from a location, when they have control of you in their car. We were coming to a rolling stop. I pulled the doors of the bus open and I jumped out. I ran or walked 2 miles home, 90-degree weather, but it was well worth it. The next day, and the day after, he would bring me coffee from Dunkin'. Aside from the fact that I wouldn't trust it from him, I'm lactose intolerant and I need almond milk. So I just got rid of it. Every day, he would act more and more creepy. The way that he would talk to me got worse. He'd make all these comments when I went to go help the kids off the bus about how sexy I am. Mind you, I was 14 at the time. That summer, my mental state was down the tubes. Every time I remembered I had to go back on the bus with him, I'd have a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. I never knew if he was going to do something to me. And you know the best part? No one believed me. I told my friends and the other counselors about the stuff that he did, and they thought it was totally normal. When he went upstate for the weekend and brought me back a pink watch, a pink flamingo keychain, and pink nail polish, do you know what they said? That's so cute. Hell no. It was downright creepy, and I don't know why they didn't think so. This is an actual conversation we had via text. Him. What are you doing? Are you alone? Me. I'm eating supper with my family. It was a lie. I just didn't want to talk to him. Him. Okay, call me later. Him. Are you awake? Him. Hello? Him. You should get WhatsApp. I use it to message the people I care about. I even showed these messages to people, and they still thought it was completely normal. I brought these messages to the director of the camp, and she still did nothing about it. I wasn't there the second half of the summer, but I heard that he still was. He should not be working anywhere near children, and I said as much. He should be in prison, behind bars. Even after the summer was over, he would still continue to call and text me. I was scared to block his number because he knew where I lived. Eventually, and luckily, after a few months of not answering, he stopped. Creepy bus driver whose name I won't mention. If you're reading this, fuck you. In 91, I was 6 and living with my father and stepmother. Every other weekend, they would drive me 2 hours to meet my mother at a halfway point for the trade-off. One week, Mom couldn't get off work, and Dad got food poisoning, so my stepmom, Brenda, was left to drive me the whole way. Mom was a waitress, so we timed it to arrive when she'd be getting off at 10, but we never made it. Just past where we normally would have met, we had to get on the interstate. But the on and off ramps weren't like normal ones. The direction they were pointed made them seem backwards to anyone who wasn't used to the area. Lots of accidents happened before they fixed it because so many people would go the wrong way. Just like Brenda. She wasn't familiar with the area at all and turned up the off-ramp. As we came to the final curve, we collided head-on with a huge truck, and an SUV crashed into its rear end. I was in the back seat and briefly knocked unconscious. When I woke, the truck's front tires were through the windshield, and Brenda's head was gone. There was only a fountain of red rushing over the remaining mangled mass below her shoulders. I was trapped inside for almost an hour while the fire department used the jaws of life to pry open the door. I was surrounded by people trying to communicate with me, but I was wholly focused on Brenda. I couldn't have talked even if I had noticed them. I also don't remember screaming, but everyone said I never stopped. I didn't feel pain or realize my legs were trapped under the front passenger seat either, but both were broken in multiple places. They said I didn't notice because of the shock. I didn't have a full grasp on death before the wreck. but I instinctively understood it once I saw what was left of Brenda. I didn't have all the right words for everything, but she was just clearly no more. She was gone. I had to have surgery that night. When I woke, both my parents were there. It was the first time I ever saw my father cry, but there were many more to follow. My parents didn't get back together, but my dad moved 10 minutes away from my mom's house, so he could help with my recovery. When I finally left the hospital, I still had months of physical therapy to endure. The pain is what I remember most. The rest is just a collage of fuzzy memories. Physically, my recovery took about a year. Mentally, well, if you listen to my therapist, it's still a work in progress. But the nightmares mostly stopped in my mid-20s, and surprisingly, talking about it does help. I would always dream about a zombie version of Brenda's head appearing in my lap, staring up at me. Sometimes it was in school. Sometimes it was in the rec or at the dinner table. Overall, I'm lucky to be alive. Kids riding in the front seat wasn't an uncommon occurrence in those days, and I typically did it all the time. But Brenda, she insisted that I sit in the back. Had I not been in the back, there's no way I would have survived. These days, I'm what you call a granny driver, and proud of it. Who's the most evil person you've met? For me, it would be my ex-brother-in-law and my niece's boyfriend. My sister, who had always had high standards for the guys she would date, was so excited for me to meet this new guy she was dating. She thought that he was the one. We had a cookout at my parents' house for Memorial Day, and she was bringing him for all of us to meet. He was a restaurant manager and sounded like a decent guy. Everyone was sitting out in the yard when my sister and her new boyfriend arrived. I was just bringing out the food and setting it on the picnic table. By this time, everyone but me had introduced themselves. I wiped off my hands on a napkin and turned around as my sister started to introduce me to her new guy. He extended his hand for me to shake. I was looking at my hands to make sure that all the sauce was off of them. As I extended my hand and started to say, "Hi, and raised my eyes to meet his. The exact same second our hands touched, I looked up at our eyes. My knees gave way for an instant. I got a sharp pain going through my eyes and chest. I lost my breath and couldn't speak. The most evil, terrifying feeling went through me as I watched his brown pupils turn laser red. I jerked my hand back. He gave me such an evil smile, like he knew that I had just saw the demon in him, like he knew that I had just seen his secret. I could only think, dear God, he's a demon. Everyone was looking at me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, like I was just stunned. I could only whisper my name. I backed up from him and excused myself into the house. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. His eyes glowed red. I knew he was evil, and I knew he was going to hurt my sister. My sister came into the house all happy, asked me what I thought of him. I told her I didn't like him. I told her what I saw, and that he was going to hurt her. She was upset with me and didn't listen. Well, she ended up marrying him. A few months later, she became pregnant. In her 4th month, she miscarried the baby. The very next day, he was late coming home. She called the restaurant and they told her he had left hours ago. When he came home that night, he lied and said he was at work. She told him that she knew he was lying. And so he admitted, "Well, I wanted to wait until you were over the baby, but I've been seeing this other girl since before we were married. She doesn't mind if I smoke weed because she does too. I just went along with the wedding because you were so excited about it." My sister was devastated. I knew he was going to hurt her. I could see the evil staring back at me when I met him. A couple of Christmases ago, it was kind of the same thing. My husband's niece brought her new boyfriend home. I went to shake his hand, looked into his eyes. His pupils glowed red. I jumped back in shock. Fear ran down the inside of me. I couldn't believe that I saw the red eyes again. This guy looked creepy, kept giving me nasty looks, like I knew what he was up to, like I saw what was inside of him. This time I went and sat down, in shock. I kept my feelings and what I saw to myself. We were at another in-law family member's house. We left quickly after. I kept getting that feeling you get when you run your finger over a sharp blade, on purpose to see how sharp it is. I knew that he was going to hurt her and that she was going to get cut, but I didn't feel like he was the one who was going to cut her. I told my husband and stepdaughter. I told my husband if he wanted to tell his family, that was up to him. They were always looking for a reason to pounce on me, so I left it up to him. Well, it got around to the family. Of course, I was criticized. But about 2 months later, our niece had to have abdominal surgery after being stabbed, and not by this creepy lover. But she did give the creepy lover her purse to hold on to while she was in surgery. This guy wiped out her bank account, $8,000, all while she was in the OR. She'd just gotten her tax return. She has 3 little kids, too, so it was hard on her financially as well as emotionally. Everything about this guy was creepy. Even if it hadn't been the glowing eyes, I still wouldn't have liked him. I'm not sure if they filed a police report. We weren't included in that info. I'm mainly also curious if anyone else has ever experienced something like this. Like, can you just feel when something is wrong? I was blissfully unaware of my stalker's actions until he was arrested. I work as a counselor in an addiction treatment clinic. Most of our patients are wonderful people, but we do get some strange ones. 2 years ago, when I was 29 and hadn't worked there long, I was assigned a new patient. He was a man in his late 30s who had been a heroin user for most of his life. It was clear to me that he was very isolated and that he craved attention. So I was extra careful to be as professional as possible, while still showing him the appropriate level of understanding. He began to stop by my office uninvited, but he never wanted to discuss his treatment. Initially, he just talked a lot about himself, but he soon began to ask questions about me. I explained the boundaries of our relationship to him again and gave my supervisor a warning that this patient may need a different counselor. Then he bought me flowers and a stuffed animal, and I was forced to have him reassigned immediately. I obviously couldn't accept his gifts, and my rejection angered him. He threw a fit in our lobby, accusing me of leading him on, and our security guy had to escort him from the building. We treat patients with methadone, and we are reluctant to dismiss them without detoxing first, but my supervisor told the patient he wouldn't be able to return if he acted out again. A couple of days went by without incident, and the patient, let's call him John, apparently showed up to dose every day and left quietly like he was supposed to. One day I came out after we closed to find John sitting on the ground next to my car. He told me that he was sorry for getting upset, that he understood that no one could know about us. I was starting to feel scared, so I just stood there and listened to him ramble on about his love for me until some of my coworkers came out and found us. They convinced him to leave, and I knew now that he would definitely be discharged. Looking back, I feel so stupid because I actually pitied him. I was even planning on asking my supervisor to see if they could transfer him to another clinic, at least for a 3-week detox, so that he wouldn't have to suffer through the severe, acute withdrawals. John stopped coming on his own, and I didn't see him again. Unfortunately, he saw a lot of me. Everything that followed, I heard from the police or my family members. John might have stopped coming into the clinic to dose, but he was still there every day. He waited in the parking lot across the street and followed me when I left. I often run errands after work, so he followed me as I picked up my cat from the vet, went to the dentist, did my grocery shopping, had my nails done, and when I had lunch with my husband. I'm very lucky that I always take the same route home, and that it includes a 3-mile stretch of empty, straight highway. John had made several attempts to follow me home, but his paranoia made him think that I'd spot him if he continued to follow me all the way along the road. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm glad that he thought I might. Our house is hidden by trees down a long driveway, and he could easily have assaulted me as I got out of my car. John followed me on at least 5 separate occasions. I know this because the police told me that, and there were pictures on his phone of me in 5 different outfits. On the last day, he thought that he'd managed to follow me home. He saw me take a slightly different route, park at a big house, and walk in the front door. He couldn't have known that I was visiting my mother-in-law, and he would soon cease to care. My husband's sister was 19 at the time, and she's a beautiful girl. John was parked up the road when she got home from school, and that was all it took to break his obsession with me. When he saw me leave later that evening, he stayed behind. The next morning, he accosted my sister-in-law as she walked to her car. He rambled on about wanting to marry her. He scared her, but she's a smart girl. She managed to get into her car via the passenger door and honk the horn. My husband was going over some paperwork with their dad inside, and they both ran outside. John was banging on my sister-in-law's window and kicking her car. He saw these 2 6-foot-something men approach and pulled a steak knife from his cargo pants. My father-in-law kept his distance, trying to talk him down. My sister-in-law is calling 911 from inside the car, and my husband went inside to get his dad's gun. That calmed John down. He laid down on his belly and waited for the deputies to come. John was arrested on charges relating to his knife wielding and vandalism of the car. But the police also found out that he was out on parole. They found pictures of me, and John eventually admitted that he'd been stalking me when he happened to see my sister-in-law. I feel incredibly guilty for leading him to her, for not paying attention to the warning signs. John's original conviction was for the aggravated rape of a young girl whom he had stalked first. It's nauseating to know that someone spied on you for a whole week without you noticing him. But it's worse to know that he chose a young girl whom you love as his next victim. I'm a single dad who had to move into a new home after my wife passed away from delivery complications. I wanted to be close to family and to get out of the place where everything reminded me of Christy. Finding a new house was actually easier than I could have dreamed. The second place that I looked at was owned by a single mother with a 6-month-old who wanted to sell fast and move back to her hometown, which sounded super reasonable considering my own circumstances. We got along great. As soon as the money went through, she was out the next day, and I moved in. A few nights later, I was up late finishing work when there was a loud, steady knocking. It instantly woke the baby, so he was crying at full volume when I opened the door to a tall, skinny man with a long beard. He smelled like gasoline and looked at me like I was sleeping with his wife. He asked for the previous owner by name, like she still lived there, and I instantly knew the kind of man he was. I have 3 sisters who were very, let's call it, daring in their youth. I stood behind my dad while he got rid of plenty of these guys, so I can recognize their particular breed on sight. It was suddenly very clear why the lady had been in such a hurry to get out. Some mega creep knew where she lived, and she worried if I knew about it, I wouldn't take the risk. Well, she was right. Not after my son had just lost his own mother, but it was done now. Needless to say, the man didn't really believe she was gone. He thought my baby was her baby and wouldn't be fooled. Thankfully, I'd kept the glass door shut and said that I was calling the police as I closed the front door in his face. But he didn't move. I watched him through the window, and he stared right back at me for several minutes, before slowly walking away. The police arrived about 5 minutes later and didn't find anyone walking around. I got cameras up the next day, but nothing happened for nearly 2 weeks. I'd almost forgotten about the guy until he showed up on my doorstep at midnight. His banging once again had the baby screaming, but this time I spoke to him through my Ring doorbell. It was the same conversation in more heated tones, and a 911 operator was listening to the whole thing. The guy kept insisting the baby was his, and he wasn't leaving without talking to its mother. A few minutes later, the police arrived. Before making him leave, they told him he wasn't allowed on the property, and he'd be arrested if he returned. He didn't have a record, and the cops explained to him that the previous owner was actually gone. So I really didn't expect him to return. A month, maybe 2, went by, and all was well. I forgot all about the asshole and fell into a new routine working from home. Part of that routine consists of a lunchtime nap since my son decided he doesn't enjoy sleeping for more than a few hours at a time. I had just gotten him to sleep and laid down myself when I heard a living room window shatter. I was on my feet in a second and soon realized my phone was still in the other room. Someone was walking over broken glass toward the hallway, meaning there was no way to get to the phone without confronting them. I knew it was the creep, because who else would it be? I pulled the dresser in front of the door. The only option I could think of was to grab the baby and try to get out the window, but as soon as I started opening it, the man was at the door. I could hear the knob turn before the banging started. He never said a word, but the dresser was moving another inch with every impact. I wasn't sure if I should hold it shut or keep going for the window. Climbing out with an infant isn't exactly a fast process, especially while my body was shaking from fear and adrenaline. Ultimately, I did go back to push it closed again, and the drawer's knobs dug into me painfully with each subsequent kick. I begged him to stop. I said I had called the police even though I couldn't. I tried offering him money. I even claimed to know the previous owner's address, but nothing stopped him. With each strike, his breaths became a little heavier, but at least 5 minutes went by without him slowing down. Do you know how long 5 minutes is in terms of attacking a door with your full strength? I was exhausted just trying to hold everything in place, but this guy wasn't showing any sign of quitting. I honestly didn't know what to do. Every worst-case scenario played out in my mind as the dresser continued bruising my arms and back. I was literally on the ground, legs braced against the closet wall and pushing with everything I had. Then I heard the most wonderful voice I'd ever heard in my life. It was a woman yelling, "Freeze, this is the police." Multiple footsteps came charging down the hall, and there was a loud crash as the creep was thrown to the ground. Another officer spoke to me through the door, advising me to stay put until they cleared the rest of the house. Once they had the man outside and knew that he was alone, I gave my statement. Luckily, my neighbor noticed the window on his lunch break, and when I didn't answer the phone, he called the police. It really does pay to know your neighbors. I have a full security alarm now, along with other cameras. The creep has spent a little time in jail, but he won't be there long enough to suit me. I can't afford to move yet again. Somehow, I don't think the restraining order will mean very much to him, but I'm happy to have it anyway. Hopefully, I'll just never have to see the man again. But yeah, that's my intruder story. Thanks for reading.